Welcome everyone to our today's Angular Meetup, 3rd of July. It is foxing hot outside. I'm happy that even some of you showed up. It's really good. Thanks for the energy. We have 3 talks today. I will jump a little bit to the agenda. Daniel will start with a little bit of a deep dive into signals. Then we have an accessibility talk, and in the end we have optimization strategies. I'm not sure if Daniel, is this your first talk today on a meetup? So we have a newcomer that is always, I would say, the best part of the meetup. That is one of the main reasons why we do that. I love it, and it's a wonderful thing that is like our small success. And then we have Adrian and Jaroslaw, 2 of our newest team members from Poland, both of them by accident, I believe, here. And at least Adrian is also pretty new in speaking, so we will have a couple of very good first rounds, I believe. That's very exciting. What is also exciting is our sponsors. Angular Austria, as always, is sponsoring all Angular events in Austria and around as good as we can. We also have t-shirts here. I believe we have 1 medium or large male t-shirt left. The rest is girly shirts. So if some of you have a girlfriend or a wife, we are happily handing out all of them. Then we have link coders. Is someone from link coders here that wants to represent the company? No, I'll do it for them. Link coders is the best of all companies in Vienna. I can talk ages about how cool link coders are. They do software development in the front and back end. They have a wonderful leadership team. They have really nice developers, and they have a heart for the community. As you see, they help us since a very long time. I know Christoph since forever, 13 years. Since I do meetups in Vienna, we hang out together, and he helped us always. That is a massively good partnership. They are also always looking for new developers and corporations. Please, when you see them, say thanks to them, kiss their cheek, and praise them. Now to the last sponsor, Push-Based. Our company is also sponsoring the meetups, running them, emceeing them, figuring out everything that is needed to keep that alive since 13 years. Back then it was just me. Now we have a company around it. What can I say? We focus on Angular and NX. We are hiring at the moment. In best case, we find someone from Vienna. If not, we are a pretty international team. We have 25 people, and 7 of them are only from Vienna, so that is a fun mix. Yeah, if you're interested, let's chat later. Maybe now that Christoph is here, can someone please quickly elaborate how good was my presentation of link coders on a scale from 1 to 2? Amazing. Was it good? Really good? I did a really good job. I tried the very best to make your company the best company in the sponsors. Ask them later. And we have something to give away. I mentioned we have a lot of girly shirts, perfect for today's evening, and some of other Angular Austria shirts. We also have normal t-shirts, push-based t-shirts, a JetBrains license or 2. I have to figure it out. And ultimately amazing, nearly free conference tickets. Nearly free because it is, I believe, €5 that you pay for the rest of the ticket. It's just that you don't just click and then not come. For Angular Connect, a outstanding cool conference revived this year after 2019, the first time. Organized by my partner company eSquare from Israel and our company Push-Based. We are super excited to do that. It is in London. On the 13th of December is the conference. On the 12th is a workshop. We have pretty much everyone that is really solid in the Angular community. They are doing trainings. We also, of course, have AI workshops and talks there, because you have to do that nowadays, right? How can you survive without any piece of AI in your presence? So there is AI in the titles. Wonderful. And we have a really special lineup. I'm not sure if some of you checked out the lineup. We have five Angular core team members on stage. That is the biggest amount of Angular team members on a single stage in the last 3 years in a conference in Europe. That is outstanding cool. We also have a keynote from the NX team. The NX team is heavily cooperating with us there. They have a workshop with the core team from the people that made NX. We have a keynote from them and a couple of other talks. That next to all the other amazing speakers is, I guess, quite a highlight. Check it out. I hope that you win the ticket. It is really the coolest thing that will happen this year. Next to all other cool conferences, by the way. Talks. We have a couple of first-timers today. It would be really cool if we get more. So how many of you never in your life ever did a talk? Hands up. Nearly all of you. And how many of you would see yourself in the future in like 1, 2, no hand, you, 1, 2, 2. Perfect. 2, 3 people, let's talk. I'm here, I help you, I run through your slides, I even polish your slides, make it look good, do a demo run with you, and then you are here, and we will kickstart your career, and then you will get a rock star like a lot of people that did a talk on this stage, on the Angular Vienna stage. If you don't believe me, let me name the last 2 rock stars that gave their first talk here. Matthew Riegler from the Angular team, Enea Yahulari from Albania, also working for us now, Julian Jandl from Vienna, also pretty good. Let's just do something together. Cool. With that said, I can please the new speaker on stage. We will do the small applause while we change the cables, then the time is well used, and until Dániel is here on stage, I will do a little bit more fluff talk to make up the seconds that he takes to come on stage. It's his, you want to come, or please? Because I do the fluff talk for you, for the time. Let's check if your beamer is working. I will further introduce you. We know that in the last couple of years, Angular switched from a ultimately good but edgy framework into something very modern, and we refactored a lot of stuff. As a core of Angular in the past was RxJS. Now we switched to a new API, Signals, and the whole talk here is all about mixing and matching those 2 technology stacks. Maybe you tried it already to switch from Signals to observables and back. It's quite a pain in the ass. It's just like 2 different things, and you have to like fuck them together, or like whatever you think. Sorry, punch them to smash them together. It's really hard, and I'm curious what will happen now in this talk. Another round of applause, please.
Oh, it's not good. Yeah, slideshow. Amazing. So, hey everyone, yeah, that's gonna be my first talk here. So, I hope everything is gonna be okay. So, who am I? Actually, this is a question since ancient Greek, right? Many philosophers were, anyway. So, since the couple of last years, I was the winner of the NGDE and NGPI conference tickets here in this meetup. For I don't know why, but I'm always winning the tickets. Maybe this time I'm also going to be able to win the tickets. Let's hope for that. And I'm actually just an Angular developer at the Aqua Healthcare. It's here in Vienna. You may know Aqua at its best time it was producing films, right? So if you're still doing some analog photography, you might still see some stuff, even though it's discontinued, sadly. And So let's just instantly jump to the topic. So what might be wrong with the two-signal function in Angular? And as a disclaimer, there is nothing really serious wrong or something. So everything that you're going to see here today is mainly just like a developer experience point of view. So you can do everything with the two-signal. It's just good as is. But maybe there are some particular cases, like edge cases, where it's like kind of fiddly to make it work properly with the signals. So let's just pick a very bad example. It's a bad example because there are good solutions for this already. It's a good example because it's a very easy one. So I think it's going to be easy to understand what is actually the problem and what is the solution here. So the whole situation is fairly easy. You have a wrapper component and the loader component. The wrapper component obviously is just passing something in the loader component, and the loader component is receiving it in the input that required. Right? The input required is already a signal, and I hope is it good enough? It's big enough, or should I? Is it good? Okay. So so as you can see, the wrapper component only has the URL, and in the template is just passing the URL to the other one. So the loader component, or whatever the name is, doesn't really matter. It's getting the URL and the required, and then it's just with the URL, it's calling the HTTP client.get. This one gives you back an array of string, and then it's instantly in the two signal here. It's using the URL, right, which is an input required here, and it has some default value and so on and so on. So it all looks good, right? You actually don't use anything else, just a signal, or you basically, in the component, you only see signals. In the template, you are consuming signals. You are not consuming the HTTP answer, and so on and so on. So what is wrong with here is that whenever you do this, that is just the connection. So the URL is the connection between all this stuff. So if you do this, there is an exception, right? Have you ever found this exception? Good, because then it's not just me. That's already good. So it's maybe going to be useful. So you have this input required, but no value is available yet, right? Why is it happening? Is that because the two signal is whenever you're calling it, it's instantly subscribing, instantly consuming everything, and then gives you back a signal, right, based on that. So in that particular case, the problem is that this is in construction time or in injection context, right? The two signals used in injection context, but the URL in injection context, which is an input required, is not yet ready, right? So it's only ready after or in the ng1init life cycle and not prior to that. So that's the problem here. Of course, you can have an easy solution for that, which is a very ugly solution, to just not use the required on the input and put a default value on it. Then you are good to go. It doesn't really matter. But we want to keep the required, right? That's the definition of the API definition of our component. So if you check the Angular, oh my God, where am I? Free spinning wheel. Do you have it on your mouse? It's useful, but not when you are doing a presentation. So if you check the Angular IO errors page, then it says that access the required input in reactive context. So that's one fix, right? Just access the input in reactive context. Alternatively, just access it in the ng1init lifecycle, because that's already ready there. So let's try the first approach, which was from the original website. So if you want to do it in a reactive context, you can either wrap it into a computed or in an effect, right? So that's solving the issue. You don't see that exception thrown anymore, but you get another one, right? Because the two signal cannot be called within a reactive context. So the first fix that they wanted to push on us is actually not working, which makes sense because two signal, whenever you are calling the two signal, you're creating a subscription every time. So it would be a mess and a lot of memory leaks if this would be allowed to do that. So okay, so the fix 2 is basically that it should be moved to the ng1init. So what we see now is that we have still these components here, or whatever that we want to have with the signal, right? But now it's not read-only anymore, because if you want to avoid it, that it's going to be a string array or an undefined, that you have to put something in the signal, so it's not going to be undefined anymore, right? And then afterwards in the ng-on init, when you call the toSignal and you assign it to the subcomponents, it's basically just overriding this one, right? So this signal which you originally used here is basically gone. It's not anymore. You only use that one just to avoid some question marks and undefined and this kind of stuff. In my opinion, this is not really nice. The subcomponents is not read-only anymore. You have to use the initial value in 2 different places, and so on and so on. So what you can do is that you have these subcomponents as a read-only. It's a signal, it's a writable signal, right? So you create another signal which is called here the response here as a toSignal, and then you create an effect. So based on the response, if it's not undefined anymore, you can set the response value to the subcomponents. And then, of course, because it's a HTTP client GET, it's going to be completed, so you don't have to care about additional updates from the toSignal. So what you do is that you instantly just terminate the effect reference, because it's always good to terminate everything as soon as possible. Effects are kind of like subscriptions. You should keep them alive just as long as you actually need them, right? So this is a solution. This is working fine. But it's like, it's not anything better than RxJX can provide, right? It's actually RxJX, it's just so simple. You get the HTTP client GET, and then you just put it in an async pipe, and you are good to go. So it's just basically the fixes is to just use subscribe and observable, right? Because it's just easier. But then it's just losing the whole thing for the toSignal, right? So toSignal in that particular case is just worse than using the original RxJX implementation. From Angular 19, you also have the resource. So this is why it's a very bad example, because it's already solved. But it's just an example, right? Use Rx method. Do you use Rx method? It's a very cool function. Just use it. You can solve it very easily, very nicely with Rx method. But let's think about that those two are not existing, and because of this example. And what I did is basically all of them, but afterwards I still spent a lot of time to make it better, to have a better developer experience in my company, so people will not gonna get, furious about using a toSignal in that particular case. Because in our company, as how we resolve different kind of resolvable components was basically always causing this issue. So this was a serious issue for us. It was almost preventing us to go with the signal approach. So let's just do a bit of coding. And I have the implementation here ready. This is the same as what we saw there before. You have all these things. The subcomponent is just doing this, right? It's the easiest example as possible. This is the outcome. So you have some random stuff. They are printed in the which goes through the for loop, and then that's all. So it's a very simple one. So what I did is that I created something which is like, I think, easier to use in this particular case than the toSignal, and maybe in other cases also. And then since I thought that it's actually might be useful for everybody else, I just copied this company property and pushed it in an NPM library so everybody can access it. I hope my boss is not listening. We'll see. So instead of having this signal and subcomponents or whatever that we have here, I created a new type of signal which is which can be initialized by not the signal keyword, not the computed, and not the resource, but it's called the bindable. So what it's doing, it's actually returning a bindable signal. So now you have this subcomponent, right? And the bindable signal has two special methods. There is the bind to and the unbind. The bind to can accept a source which is either an observable or either a signal, right? And then the unbind is just a void. So, which means that if you have a subcomponent like that, and you want to use the two signal, then you can use it in the ng1 init. You can just bind it like this. So you have the subcomponents, bind to, and all of them is good. And I'm probably missing something here. So we have the.
The two signal is there. You don't need it anymore.
I actually needed. Yeah, right. Yes, of course. Okay, what's the next one? Yes, of course. So the so this one is returning a to-do, which means that I need to map it, right? So that's it, and it's doing the same thing. So the whole thing with this bindable is that whenever you create it, it's already getting everything which is necessary. For example, if we roll back to the previous version, we saw that in the toSignal you had to inject the injector, and you had to do all this kind of stuff. Here you don't have to do it because the bindable, whenever you create it, it already gets the injector and already gets everything. So whenever you are calling the bind to, you don't have to do anything anymore. It has a default value, and it only updates whenever the HTTP client actually, or like the source here actually emits anything. So basically, this was our solution or my solution to make it a bit easier. You don't need the injector anymore. You don't need all this kind of stuff anymore. And it's working this, oh, I clicked on the wrong button. So it's working the same as what you can see. So what I wanted to do is to dig into it, how it's actually working. So you dig into the implementation because you don't really see too much of it. And because it's, in my opinion, using a quite nice solution, which is already, it's not, I didn't came up with this solution. It's also how, for example, the deep signal is working. So it's just signal and some additional other things on top of it. How the implementation actually works is that you have this bindable function. And oh, yeah, sure, of course, I'm sorry. So we have this new type, the bindable signal, right? It accepts a type. And then it's actually a writable signal and these two methods. So this is the key thing here. So whenever you call the bindable signal, so whenever you call the bindable signal, as you can see, it's asserting some stuff so you don't do something stupid. And then it gets the injector, and then from the injector it gets the distro reference. But you can also pass it later on, so you don't have to create it in injection context. You can create it anytime, just like with the toSignal. You just have to pass the injector. And you can have some options like you don't want to use neither the distro from the injector. You can just use manual cleanup, so you are making sure that you are actually cleaning up your bindable signal by calling the unbind method, right? So from that, you basically have some references for the updaters, which are later going to be coming. Unbind is just destroying everything, but here is the bind to thing. So the whole solution winds up into this bind to. And if it's already bound, of course, it's going to throw an error. It checks if it's a signal, right? And if it's a signal, it checks if the injector was undefined, because in the effect, you have to use the injector. But that's already coming whenever, so it's already injected whenever you just call the bindable. So whenever you call the bind to, you don't have to care about the injector anymore. It's just there. And you can also use it if the source is not a signal. In that case, you have this operator function, and that operator function, if it's a manual cleanup, is just a pipe. But if it's not that, then it's gonna use the take until destroyed and the destroy reference. So basically, the bounded observable is gonna be automatically destroyed, so you don't have to care about it. And basically, afterwards, you're just assigning the bind to and the unbind functions to the bindable signal with the object assigned, and then you basically have the solution. So why it's better? It's that it's in general, in my opinion, this is like a cleaner approach. You didn't have to create an effect. You didn't have to manually destroy the effect once after it was firing. And it's just in general, in my opinion, it's just nicer. And you didn't have to use the injector. It's just all done here. You don't have to care about it anymore. Also, because this is using a subscription inside of it, this bind to thing, whenever this one is essentially completing, then you also don't have to care about to destroy the subscription reference, not like in the previous solution when you had to destroy the effect ref to make sure that it's as short-living as possible. So there are some other use cases that we found. So just to make sure that you know that it's not just about the HTTP client, because it's not relevant actually anymore, but that was the easiest thing, especially if you ever use the Firebase and you get this collection path and value changes, and then you have to pass inputs usually in the component, and then based on that it's doing something. You can only do it later on. They are all returning observables. You have to convert them to signals and so on and so on. So for this particular case, it was very useful. But also, we found out that in some particular cases, when we were using from event, so why we are using from event is, and why not just binding something to the in the HTML or doing like a host listener, is that in from event you can actually set that if you want to use it in the capture phase, right? But all the rest is not providing that option to use an event in the capture phase. So we are using from event quite a lot, and it was annoying. So that's the next thing. So the bindable was useful for that thing, but I was also thinking about how to create something like the from event, but which should essentially return you a signal. So basically a signal-based from event. So you can imagine, that's another example, but it's basically the same as what we saw before. So in the loader component, you don't have just the entries, but you also have like this very easy add button and some text input there, right? It's very easy. And yeah, this is how it looks like, right? You basically have the view child. We know that the view child is returning a signal, and then you want to read the element reference. And in the so in the template, you actually you can see that it's behind an if, so which means that the view child is basically returning an undefined until, or the signal is returning, the signal value is undefined until you are loading all the subcomponents and so on and so on. Sure, but I actually also will show it in the VS Code. So, but yeah, I can imagine this is very hard to see. So let's just switch to VS Code. I think that's easier. Oh yeah, first dash. Oh, damn, I forgot to save. Yeah, let's revert the changes. So, this is also a very bad example, but just bear with me. Sorry for it. But here, as you can see, there is this add entry. How it looks like now, it's like this, right? You have this add entry, and then afterwards all the rest. And that's a view child, which means that it can be an element ref of whatever and then undefined. It doesn't really matter. And then I was thinking about how to resolve this problem because it's if I want to use the from event and if I want to use something from the from event, for example, I'm getting the input value, right, with the resource, how is it called, a result selector, then, you know, I want to use it. Currently, it's just a console log, so it's just a very bad example, but if I want to use the input value somewhere in a signal, I want to store it in a signal, then it's basically not that easy to do. Because first of all, I have to have an effect, which is reacting on the add entry, which is the view child, right? So the add entry can be undefined, but if not, there is it should have a native element. So if the add entry component is not undefined, then I can add the from event, right, for the component itself. And then I can specify some result selector, and then afterwards I can do something with it. And if you use the onCleanup method in the effect, that means that whenever the add entry changes, or whenever you are decommissioning the whole component, it will be called. So in that particular case, the destroy source or destroy subject is going to be called, which is responsible for taking care of the tearing down the from event as that. So it doesn't do too much currently because of that. The console log is just logs here what's happening. Of course, it's so small. So if I added something here, then you click it, it's doing it. So in that particular case, I was thinking about to make it come up with something which is kind of like the from event, but it's instantly giving you back a signal, and you don't have to care about it at all. It's based on signals. It has nothing to do with the NGRX solution and so on and so on. How much time I have? Not much, right? Or when did I start? I'm sorry, I kind of lost. Okay, I will continue. So I will not have, I think I don't have too much time, so I will just try to check out the already existing commit instead of implementing it. And the implementation is basically there. So you have, just like with the bindable, you have another function that you can call. It's called the signal from event. So it's not from event, it's signal from event. You basically have to specify the event name. And then afterwards, you can add the target, you can add the result selector, and so on and so on and so on. So basically, it has all the functionality as what the from event has, but it's doing a bit more. So how it's doing a bit more is, for example, the target is not anymore just something which has event listener or have a target add remove, has event target add remove. So it's not a native element, it's nothing like that. It's from now on, it's a signal of an element reference, which means that you don't have to get the add entry and then dot native element and so on, like with the from event. You can actually pass the complete signal, which is coming from the view child, to the target. And then whenever it's ready, it will automatically detect it, that it's ready, and it will prepare and create all the event listeners that it's needed. So that's the new solution. So you saw how long it was before. You had to use all the effect ref and whatever, and you have to use a lot of stuff. But now it's just basically that. And it's in construction time. You don't have to care about it. You don't have to care about having the view child in the after view in it. Having, you don't have to wait for anything because this one internally waits for everything. So I want to show the implementation for the signal from event also. How much time I still have, guys?
15 minutes.
Good, that's perfect. So it's in the same library as previously. I don't even know if I mentioned the library, but I will mention it. So this is basically returning an event signal, and the event signal has an attach activator and a deactivate. So the attach activator basically means that you can always attach and deattach the event listeners from the element. So that means that you, for example, in the from event, whenever you attached some of the event listeners, the only way to get rid of it is either to completely cancel the from event or add the filter in which particular case you didn't want to be interested in the results. Now you can just attach an activator, which is also a signal, and based on the signal value, it can deattach and reattach the event listener. So this is a more performant solution for that. The listener that you are attaching is the target itself is a signal, right? So the element reference is a signal. This is why it can automatically react to make sure that the target is already ready. You don't have to put it in the after view in it. The event name also is a signal. So if the event name is like click, mouse up, mouse down, and so on. So you can actually put it in the signal and change it, and it will remove the event listeners and add it. So with one signal from event, I was able to completely implement a unique dragging function by just changing the event name itself. So this one specific stuff is can do a lot of stuff, and then a lot of documentation, and then some exclusions for typing. And kind of the same approach as what we saw previously. It gets the injector, it gets the distro reference in particular cases when it's needed. And then you have the option target, right? So that's the listener target. It's a signal. You can either not even pass the target. And then if you are not passing the target, it's immediately getting the element reference of the component. So you don't have to specify the target if you don't want to. You can specify the target as a signal, and you can specify the target as just something which has a native element, right? And then you have the event name as a signal, and then the result selector. The result selector in the from event in the original implementation. Not many people are using it, but it's like a map function. And yeah, and then I think I'm running out of time. But the whole point is kind of like that. And I have I want to still show something, is that whenever you actually try to activate this and like to listen to something, then in the attach activator, it checks if the listener target is undefined, then it's basically creating a proxy for the listener activation, and that activator proxy is waiting until the listener target is defined, and then it automatically, in this method, just attaching it. So this is why you don't have to wait until the target is ready. And then it's doing a lot of stuff. I'm sorry, I don't have too much time for it.
You have more time, sorry.
I have more time, all right.
You have 15 minutes more.
15 minutes. Okay. Okay, where was I? So yeah, so it is actually doing everything automatically, and like what I said is that this example, for example, is using the signal from event, so what we just saw, and it's only one signal from event, what doing everything, which is reacting to user input, and it's basically this, right? So you click somewhere, it doesn't really matter, and then afterwards there is a text which is draggable, and this is with one from event, which is the signal from event, and everything is by that. And how it's working is that there is a component, doesn't really matter, which has this hello event signal func and then there is an if statement just to make sure that the view child is undefined in the beginning, and then afterwards this app child has some style attribute, and then the style attribute is like making sure that the drag coordinates is corresponding to the translation, right? So what you have here is that you have some signal, which is the enable view child, doesn't matter. You have this view child signal, right? And then you have an activator, which is also a signal. And then you have the currently listen type, which is also a signal, which can either be all the event types, right? The event types here is defined as it must be a mouse down, mouse move, or mouse up, just to make sure that we can drag. And there is this drag signal. So what the drag signal is essentially doing is that from a mouse event, it will give you back an X and Y coordinate, right? And based on that, this currently listen type. So this is the event name. The event name in initialization phase is mouse down. And then afterwards, the target is just a signal, right? And it's all in construction time. So it's not in after viewing it or whatever. And then there is a tap function, because I really like tap functions, because side effects are the best. No, actually not, but there is a tap also, if you can use it. I'm using the tap. Come on. So I'm using the tap. So whenever the event type is a mouse down, I'm setting, so there is the currently listen type, which is a signal. I'm setting it to be a mouse move and a mouse up. Because in this particular case, not like in the from event, where the from event only accepts one type of event name, right? This one is accept an array. So you can actually use it for multiple event listeners. So this one is listening to mouse move and mouse up in the same time. And then afterwards, if the event type was mouse up, it's just doing something random, whatever. And then it resets the currently listen type to mouse down. So therefore, this is basically the whole thing, which is re-implementing the wheel, right? Because you obviously have drag. So drag is already implemented very well in the Angular material and CDK and whatever. So this is re-implementing the wheel, but it's just showcasing all the different functionalities this signal from event can have.
Sorry, when is this side effect executed? So what's the trigger for the tap function?
Every time when the event listener fires.
So this means that the currently listen type, or the event that you're listening for.
The event that you're listening for. Exactly. And then in the result selector, as I told you, it's just a map. It just gets the event and gets the page XY. It doesn't matter. There is an initial value just to make sure that there is no undefined. And then the drag coordinates is using the computed to get the transform translate from the drag signal, because it's a signal, so you can create a computed or effect or whatever. And then in the constructor, I'm attaching the activator. You don't have to use this activator thing. You can just say in the option, for example, here, there should be also another one. Yeah, here the signal from event, you can add an option that it's activated by default, so you don't have to manually activate it or deactivate it. It's just doing it everything based on the life cycle of the component. And then basically that's it. I think I kind of hurried up the end, but I hope it was a good showcase what it can do. And maybe if you find it interesting, you can just use it, because it's from the ngx signals plus library. That, as far as I know, at least 2 people are using. I mean, in the company, of course, everybody is using it who ever dare to do this kind of very weird stuff. But in general, that should be it.
Wonderful talk. Everyone that asks a question is automatically in our Raffle Tombola special prize program. That's a microphone. How many of you have a question? Oh, first question. Here we go.
Hi, so without downgrading the work for the bindable signal, I just wanted to ask, because it's really awesome, that in the end you couldn't solve it that in construction time to assign that the HTTP GET request, right?
No, you can't do it because the problem there is that in construction time, it's trying to use an input required. And that you can't do. So it wasn't about the HTTP GET, it wasn't about anything.
But can't you, I know that it's a signal, but can't you make some default value or accepting until undefined and don't do anything, but when the value comes?
Yeah, that's so either you're gonna create an effect, which is basically doing that, which I also showed an example here somewhere, that it's actually possible to solve it. So I'm not solving something that is unsolvable or wasn't solved by the toSignal. I'm solving it in a manner that I think it's probably easier to do than this one, right? Just to make sure that it's properly doing everything. So it's possible, and it's not about the HTTP client. It's really not about that. It was just a stupid example. It's all about this URL here. That's the whole thing, because that one is an input required, and for the input required, you cannot put the default value.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
More questions? Hands up.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Take some time to get the breath thinking that again.
Firstly, nice talk and also a nice solution. You've mentioned that there's already existing solution with the resource for the bindable, but for the other example, is there anything that Angular will provide, or did you add the feature request at Angular?
I haven't had the feature request or so on. Yeah, maybe actually there is. To be honest, I haven't checked. I was just trying to solve something. But it's a good question. No, I haven't did anything, but maybe there is already a feature request for that.
Because maybe you could add your solution to the actual source code of Angular.
I don't know. It's kind of a different style than what I saw in the Angular code base. I'm also using, for example, unnecessarily the RxJX library because I wanted to make it like as versatile as possible, and that's something that the Angular team would like to just avoid using in all costs in the future. So this is just not compatible with the way as how Angular tries to evolve, but could be a source for an idea. I think that's the best what it can do. But until it's not resolved by general, you can just use it. It's just there on NPM.
Also, thank you for the talk. One question maybe it was 3 parts, right? Like the middle part where you had this add entry and try to subscribe to an event.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't understand the use case exactly, but is the use case that you have that you don't have access to the source control of the components, so you could use an output?
Exactly. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell.
Okay.
It's a more broader way that I wanted to mimic a scenario where you have like some material, whatever, that you don't have good event listeners or whatever that you cannot. So it's not like an Angular library that you want to use, but it's like a common component you're trying to use. I'm sorry, I completely missed that part, and you are right. Yeah,
okay.
Thank you for reminding me that.
Welcome.
that was the main part actually from the second.
Okay, so the solution would be, if you have access to the source control, to have an output and have from event on the output?
Of course.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
But this one was also just a bad example, just an easy example to showcase. All of them are so everything what I showed you today, the original source why I did implement these were nothing like this, right? So these use cases are not the actual use cases why I had to implement them. They were of course more complex. It's just to showcase one stupid thing that how it can be useful.
More questions here.
First of all, well done. But I want to ask something. The from event, the signal from event one that you showed, what was for me really interesting, that the syntax looked really seemed like a resource. I mean the old resource, not the new resource. with the target and then the executor and so on. And I wanted to ask for the bind for the first problem that you saw that you showed the bindable. For that one, I had also similar issues with the input required, but not with the get method, but with something
Yeah, we
else.
also not.
Yeah, exactly. But isn't there any did you consider maybe to do the same approach, because in the way that you solved it, you already first assigned it to a value, and then later on you did the bind to, and then you passed the what it will get, and then change the to signal. But isn't it possible? Did you went to that way that maybe in the constructor level you set the value that I want to listen on this signal, this will be the function that you want to execute, and that would be and as a third part, like as optional, like initial value. But then you don't have to something similar to resource. Again, that example, there is resource already, so I'm not talking about especially that one, but something like similar to that you don't have to later on bind something to that, and you can just immediately say that will be something that I want to listen to.
Yeah, that's also a good approach, to be honest. It wouldn't be too hard to implement, because you can just always say that, yeah, whenever the input is there, you can check that if it's available or not and something, and then later on when it's available, just create an effect loop for it, and then afterwards you can just do it automatically.
And one other thing, wasn't it possible that that might, I'm assuming, that maybe link signal could actually solve the first issue?
Probably I never used them.
Because then link signal you can.
So we are now at Angular 18. So that's
okay. Okay, yeah, true. That's true. Okay, yeah. But yeah, then never mind. Thank you so much.
Link signal is a. I'm sorry, I really haven't used the link signal. Is it only binding to signals, or is it binding also to observables? So I was just asking about the link signal. Is it binding to a signal, or is it binding to an observable? Yeah, this one is binding to both. So.
More questions here?
Actually, I have a question because I'm also really interested in signals recently. And I have a question. Did you try this kind of approach with examples, like, for example, rebound, like the debouncing? The like typing on the keyboard and waiting for the response, for like something that would actually require some time involved in that, because like obviously get will just emit one value and then that's it.
Yep.
And I'm just wondering whether there are some proper approaches to something that will emit value after value, or like on some not necessarily equal time ranges and so on.
So the thing is that I didn't want to re-implement everything which is in RxJX, which is actually handling asynchronicity way better than what you can do with Signal anyway. So if there would be some sort of debounce or throttling or something, I would still just fall back to the RxJX version. So it wasn't my intention to completely replace the RxJX. But actually, there is a very cool library which is kind of doing the same thing as what I'm doing, and they have specific they created a wrapper for a signal that you can put into it, and then afterwards you can use the pipe, and they re-implemented the pipes, which, not all of them, but some of them, which is already in RxJX, that you can use, and they are not using RxJX, they are using very plain JavaScript basically to mimic. So that's also available. I don't know by heart what is the name of that library, but I can look it up for you. I think so. I think that one is. Yeah.
Actually,
it's a different one. Nginx extension is really just a code where you can put RxJS code. What he means is like
there is something.
There is a wrapper.
They rebuilt.
Yeah, there is something like that. Later on, I can.
Yeah, I'm just asking out of curiosity, because actually RxJS is a great library and I really like it.
Absolutely.
It's just, I was just curious because I was also trying to do that at some point, and I was just wondering whether it even makes sense to.
I can maybe also jump in.
Yeah.
Right off the topic, I'm really big RxJS fan, and Signals and RxJS are completely different things. RxJS is a synchronous programming library.
Yeah.
And therefore, as it is synchronous, you can also do asynchronous stuff
Yeah.
with it, scheduling, all the things. And signals is a fully asynchronous library. If you look at the code, it looks sync, right? But in fact, the A plus B that we have in the composition is just like scheduled on promise and then executed once.
Yeah.
So, so there's no way ever in your whole life that you can do something asynchronous with a signal.
Yeah.
It's by definition like it's impossible. And what you have to do is you have to exit signals. Every signal in the effect, it's executed effect is the tail end of this reactive chain. Then you have to exit the whole thing and then do whatever you would do normally, like using native browser APIs or RxJS, and then you have to jump back to the signal.
Yeah, that's basically my experience and my attitude towards that as well. I was just wondering if there is another opinion on that.
Every sheet show to do, like to even combine it with anything else.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Any more questions?
Can I have a question so I get the tombola ticket?
What question do you have to your own talk?
Was I hearable also at the back? I don't know. Yeah. Random question, thank you. I actually have this.
I see it coming.
I actually have this issue that I'm usually getting very silent at the middle of the talk, but I hope I managed to not do that now.
It was pretty cool.
Thank you.
Can we get another round of applause? Perfect. push-based member. He arrived in the company and he had claimed big goals that they would come reality. He claims he will do 15 talks on a meetup in the first year joining the company. At the moment he is at number 6 done, 12 scheduled, 3 are missing for reaching the real goal. Ladies and gentlemen, today on stage, Adrian Romanski with accessibility-driven development. Start with accessibility, stay ahead of tech debt. An applause, please.
All right, thank you, Michael, for a great introduction. So as Michael said, that the main topic of my presentation today is to make you understand that it's always better to start with accessibility, because the tech debt at the end, if you do not, will be very big. So some words about me. I work at Pushbase, as Michael mentioned. My main interest is, of course, Angular, component-driven development, and Storybook. I have started my career with C++ and C, doing some programs from robots, but I was not feeling like this is my kind of thing, so I just switched to Java. After several years with Java, someone showed me the Angular. At the beginning of my career, I was a little bit laughing from front-end developers saying that this is not programming, until I met the Angular. And RxJS totally destroyed me in my first days of the career, and then I love it. I love to feel destroyed with some technical stuff. So this is like professional me, but before I was so focused, let's say, on career and well organized, I was 15 years hardcore playing World of Warcraft until my lovely wife, as you can see, the only thing that left after me, except the kilos, I'm still not slim enough. Here is like my final form, 110 kilograms, true passion, but she made me to keep the comic books, so I'm okay. Not playing anymore, but the comic books are still in the house. Okay, so that's it about me. Let's go straight to the presentation. So who needs the accessibility? And the answer to the question is that everyone needs it. So we have to create the applications that no matter which tool you are using, it should be as good as for the mouse and screen user, or even better, because we can do it better. We are not limited by a UI, we are not limited by anything, we can do it much, much better. And how to do it? You have to understand how the screen reader users are feeling the website, and they feel website as a collection of vectors. So this is like the very, very basic website. That's not even a website. You have 14 focusable points. So that's maybe a half of navigation. What they can do using a browser, they can go forward and backward with shift and tab backward, and the tab going forward. So it's okay if you have only 14 points, but still you have to remember the position of them. If you get lost, it's starting to get hard. Then when you have a little bit more complex website with 50 points, the things are getting ugly. You have to move like 20, 30 positions every time you want to find something relevant or something that interests you. So the first solution for this thing is the headers, basics, because the accessibility is based on basics. Like this is the warm-up session, so I want to give you a little bit of basic information before we dive into the live coding. I love the live coding. Hope you like these sections also. So, little bit of story. One header of the level 1 for a page. A lot of header 2 if you want, and always you have to put the header of the lowest level after the upper level header. So that's the basics. How does it look at with the vector? So now you can use the shortcuts. You want to go to the next header level 2, just press 2. You want to go to another header of any level you want, press H. This is very, very convenient, but this is not working in the browser. So when you, for example, want to play with it in your home and say, okay, Adrian was lying to me, the H, 2, and 3 is not working. It is not working because this is not built in the browser. For this, you need NWBA or any screen reader. You can go with the Orca, whatever you like, or VoiceOver from the MacBook. But what happens if you have more vectors? So you have more complex website. Then the headers are not enough. You can use the shortcuts on the one vector level, but you have to somehow change change the vectors and go to another place. This can be a little bit complex for you, but this is how they are using the website without seeing it. They can only imagine the position. So this is very important to feel where the focus is. And for this, you need landmarks. The classic landmarks like the header, the main, a site. Then you can travel between the landmarks and use headers to travel on this landmark. Then you can understand the website, because when they enter in the website, they don't see the colors, they don't see the images, nothing. They have to read the website from the top to the bottom to understand what is it about. How does it look with the landmarks? They can use the shortcuts with D and just travel to the website. This is the basic navigation of the website. Now let's go to the technical flow, something more interesting for you, I hope. So now we will understand how the code is changing from the code to DOM, to the accessibility tree, and then how it is interpreted by the screen reader. The tricky part with the screen readers is that they are understanding the accessibility tree different based on the operating system. So if you used to make styles for Internet Explorer, this thing is even more more complicated, and it's not really fun to work with, because you have to understand every ARIA tag to make it actually work. So starting with the classic example, so this is the icon button. We have an icon inside the span. Then it is translated to document object model and to the accessibility tree node. And what it will be written? The path to the icon. So it says to the user nothing. This one is not very bad, because we have iSet icon and save. So he could understand that, okay, it's called save, so this can be a save icon. But what if we called it like number 1? I have seen a lot of icons called just 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So we have to change it. There is one trick, that if we put an out that's empty, or with a word, this have the higher priority than image source. But if we leave it empty, nothing will be read. So this does not solve a problem. This is only a trick. How to solve it? With the span. If you go hard with the ARIA, you can go to put the roll button, tap index 0, every ARIA labels. But you have to understand that the first rule of ARIA in WCAG is don't use ARIA or use HTML over ARIA. So I feel it like doing this kind of crazy stuff with span is like creating toasts or sandwiches, depends on country, with iron. You can make a sandwich with iron. You can get hurt. You can get dirty, as my friend here in the dirty t-shirt. It's doable, but it's bigger cost and takes you more time, and it's really not convenient to do so. And you pay with performance, because the DOM will be polluted. Look how many stuff is now inside the DOM. We pay a price. We pay a price of the number of code, a lot of ARIA tags that we have to put, but yeah, it's working now. So we fixed the accessibility tree. At this moment, when you look at this DOM, you should think like, okay, maybe I'm going into the wrong path. So how to solve it? Actually, this is very simple. You have to understand the thing that lack of basic accessibility is the lack of basic HTML, and just using div and spam over everything results in these hacks. So the solution for this one, just go with a button, and that's it. Just use the button and it's working. If you have a span with clickable event, this should fire you. Okay, if this is clickable, then it's button. That's it. And I have a question to the crowd. What's the difference between the button and anchor tag? Yes, please?
So a button has a disabled property, for example, why if you do it with the anchor tag, you have to...
Okay, but like the functional wise? When we should use button over anchor tag?
Anchor is navigatable.
Yes, anchor for navigation, button for actions. That's it, that's the answer.
Also not responsive to entries.
Yes. Sorry for taking sips. We just arrived from the plane. Okay. Now, as I showed you, I love the comics. So after the warm-up, I would like to show you a little comics that I generated with AI. I would be not able to do it without the AI. So the story is hard deadline, what can go wrong? So we are working at the program for Internet Cafe. I don't know that any one of you have ever played in internet cafe, I used to sleep on keyboards there when I was playing more than 16 hours. It was a great times in my life when I was young and doing some crazy stuff. And they order us, listen, we have a small place in the screen and we want to sell food for the gamers. Let's just like make more money, etc. The designers create the food widget concept. It's beautiful. They go with this directly to director. Like, this is simple. They can do it like that. Director said, I love it. Let's go. I already have bought some food. I want this in 2 months. Otherwise, the food will be gone. I bought it very cheap. Okay? Okay? We have a meeting. And now everyone is hungry. We have only 2 months for that. We are doing another stuff. We have to go really fast to reach the deadline. The backend team is okay. We'll bring the backend in 2 months or even before. The designers, they already made 1 frame, so they are okay. They will be for sure in time. What about the front-end team? Just let's wait for the Figma, copy HTML, and let's play Counter-Strike. This is a very old school joke. Time for Counter-Strike. So yeah, if you are static with this thinking, this will probably not work at the end. 2 months later, we do match the deadline. We have everything ready. We even pass the QA. We're not talking now about the quality of QA if they do not check the accessibility. And the question, do you remember about the accessibility? Because now we have to. Either ways, they will, I lost the word. They made us pay for not implementing the accessibility. So, like the classic movies, let's change our final destination, don't get fired from the work, and I will show you how much work have to be done in order to make inaccessible components accessible with very short amount of time. So let's go to the code. So this is my favorite part. The speech is already done. Sorry. Okay. What we can do? We can first analyze the code or see the functionality. We first go with the functionality, try to understand the component, how does it work. Okay, so what do we have here? We have some basic component. This one is only for drinks. We can select a drink, close it with the mouse. Okay, it's working, so it serves a purpose. We can order. We can order a drink. Now let's see what's inside the accessibility tree. In order to turn on the accessibility, you have to click this guy, and to have this guy here, you have to turn this in the advanced configurations because that's not a default option. What's inside? Let's inspect. So we have a static text with best drinks. What does it mean? It means that this is not focusable. We can't use it at all. We have only static text. So for screen reader user, this is like a header saying that, okay, somewhere on the page there are best drinks, but this is not a header. This should be working, this should be focusable. So let's fix this at the beginning. Let's see what is happening in the template. And what we have here, we have span with the click event binding. Okay? So first thing that we can do, we can change this thing to button, as I showed you in the presentation before. So now the button is focusable. And we get another bonus because of that. First, okay, there is a button with best drinks. It is focusable. And then, okay, I can't see the focus. Why? Because the focus was not tested. The color doesn't have any contrast. We can open the menu, okay, but it does not have the contrast. We have to change the focus outline. The best for focus is to make it black. Okay, now it's better. Now we can see the focus. We can click the enter and it's working. And why it's working by clicking and enter? Because the event is bubbling and it's catching the click over here. If we go with the span, we have to put another event like key down and do this again. So this is like for free, gratis, just for using the good HTML. What else is happening? Okay, we have a classic way of describing the HTML with classes. So we have a content trigger, that's okay. We have some content wrapper, content, and content text. So let's understand. This is like the content wrapper, okay? And we have a content. In the content, we have some items inside. So I would go with this one, with unordered list, and list items. Let's see the tree now. We have a list, 3 list items, and some static text inside. Those are not focusable, so we have to fix it. And the styles are broken. Why the styles are broken? Because they were styled on different elements, and some HTML elements have built-in styles. So let's fix this one. Let's look at the box model, and we see this is the margin, yes? That is giving us this big spacing. Sorry. Okay, this is the margin that you give it as the big spacing. And the margin is actually coming from our unordered list element. This is 70 pixels by default. So we have to change this one in styles also. With 10 pixels, okay, this should be fine. Okay, now it's better. Okay, we repair it a little. Now let's help people with other disabilities. Something is showing very quickly. We have to tell them that something will show. This can be done with aria has pop-up. Let's go with it through. This will be done as, listen, not in these words, something can pop up after you click the button, so you don't get scared. Okay, this thing we have ready. What else? Now we have only one button, but in the normal page we can have like several buttons. So we have to explicitly say that this button controls central parts of the document. So we go with the aria controls, and we go with the drinks. We have to add the ID to this unordered list. So this will be announced also. Good. So we have aria has pop-up, aria control drinks. The button is okay. Now we have to fix the dirty nesting in our unordered list, because this is not looking very good. We have a list, and if you have to click in accessibility tree again to see content inside, they have to do the same while using the screen reader. So they are losing one more step just in order to understand the content. We can fix it with roles. So if we add a role to this unordered list, we know what it should be, and this should be a menu. Our pop-up will be a menu also. And this have a role of list item, menu item, sorry, menu item. This is more. Then it will be read it with the menu item. It's still nested inside, but you can see it's ignored. This will be not announced by the screen reader. So you don't have to go one level inside in order to understand what this menu item is about. We have now 3 items, so that's not much, but you can have like the navigations menus with 10 or 12 entries. If you are looking at the website, this is very easy to spot the place where you want to click. They have actually to use the tabulator or arrows in order to understand the content. So with accessibility 3, we have some fixes. Now let's go with the functionality. What we can do with functionality? We can open the menu and select an item. So let's implement it. But the first thing we have to do, we have to move the focus after opening to the first item. Because based on the WCAG, the menu should not be focusable, the list item should be focusable, and after opening the menu, we should always focus the first item. So when a user click enter, he's already on the first item, like streamlining the process for them. So let's put the tab index 0 here, tab index 0 here. What we now we have to take the open value, okay. I will use an effect for that. So if our menu is open, we should focus the first item. But the thing is that our menu is inside the if block. So it may not be rendered in the moment when the open signal value will be changed to true. So for that, we have to take the menu, give an ID to it, use the view child. This will be a signal of reference to an element, or undefined, because this one is in the if block with the menu. Okay, and whenever those two are true, we are sure that the list items are already inside. So we take the native element of the menu, look for the list items that are inside, okay, we want list items. Let's do some cleaning at the beginning. Let's do a getter. Let's do a getter from that. List items. Okay, let's do a get. Return. Okay. And now let's pick the first one and focus it. I can't hear. Maybe. We can talk about this later. I just took this one for example because I was feeling a flow with this one. But if you have a better solution than effects to trigger this one, we can talk about this one later on. And what's your idea for this one?
I think you missed the effect call.
You're missing that.
Yes, okay, now I understand, sorry. And now I was thinking why this is not working, okay? Yes. Okay. Yeah, good catch. Actually a very good catch. Okay, let's see if it's working. Good. We have focused the first item, but we have break the ratio of the colors. We have to change it. Now it's like the white text on white focus. So when it was tested with the mouse, the hover was okay. It's a little lighter than the violet color, but this one is unreadable. As you can see on the hover, it's working perfect. So we have to change this one in styles also. And this will be here. So let's just take the hover color and put it here. We are good. What else? We can now click it. No, they are not buttons, so we don't have this for gratis. When we press escape, we lose the focus. So that's the worst thing that can happen to the user, because he don't know where the focus is. While he was making the plan in the vector in his head, he was in the middle of the website, he pressed the escape, and now he's somewhere on the first focusable element on the website, or if you have a lag, on the next focusable element. But normally it's the first one. Here the storybook overlay was focused, so this is clearly the first one. So we have to control it. So we need an event binding for key down. Okay. Let's go on menu item key down. That should be okay. We need an event and a drink. Okay, I don't like the dollar before. I go with the protected. I like to have protected methods that are used in templates. Okay, what we have to do? We have to stop the propagation and prevent default and react to the keys we are interested in. So the first one will be enter, and the second one will be space. So this one is a little bit tricky because the space is actually space. So you just go like this. You can go with the code, so then you don't have to write this kind of stuff. Okay, what do we have to do? This one was on the click, so we have to use it. Okay. On drink click, we go with the drink. Let's see what happens. We have lost the focus. Focus is somewhere. I don't know even where, because the storybook just don't got the focus. So probably it's at the end of the DOM. What we have to do, after selecting an item or escaping the menu, we have to focus the trigger. So we need the button, the trigger in this situation. Now we can go with the required view child, because this one is not inside the if block. Ah, yes. Okay. Okay, now I'm good. And we have to focus it. So after selecting the item, we'll end off in the bottom. So we are not losing focus. Now we have to do the same for the escape. But this time we are not selecting the item. So we just have to close the menu. Oh, sorry, open. Set to false. And then let's focus this guy. So as you can see, there is a lot of stuff that have to be done for make the component accessible. And now we are aiming for A. So that's the lowest accessibility score. Okay, let's see how does it work. Good. Now the little bit more difficult part. We need the navigation for arrows. So we have to catch up the arrow down, and there are two schools. Users have to have always this possibility to go from the first item to the last item, and from the last item to the first item. So this can be done in two ways. You can either implement the home and end button. Home will move you to the first item and to the last item, or you can make the round with the mouses. So when you are on the last item and press arrow down, it will move you to the first item. So I will try to go with the more difficult one at the beginning. If I fail, we go for the for the home and end. So what we need for that, we need the index of the active item. So we need to declare the index. And this is the array from our list items. Why array? Because we will use the built-in method for index of, and we go for document active element as this is list item, like that. Yes, this can be done with the injection token. I know this is like the better way. This is a demo of accessibility, so I'm not going with injection tokens. Later on, we have to increment it by 1 and focus this item. So let's go with the list items, index plus 1 and focus. So this is like the basic functionality that will move it to the last position, and then it's blocked. So if you start with this way, you can go straight forward for the algorithm, and the algorithm for that is the index plus 1 and the modulo of the length of the items. Okay, it's working. Then we need the arrow up. This one is a little bit more difficult, but we will do it. So this one is -1. Let's see if it works. It does. Now let's do the algorithm, and the algorithm will be this guy and -1, but plus the length of the items and again the modulo operation . Okay, good. Now we can select the items, travel through the items, and come back. This is okay, but we are still blocked in the element. If by any chance you want just to leave the element, the tabulator now is not working, and this is a panic button. So you just can't delete the panic button. It has to be there. I want to leave the menu now. And this is not working because of those two lines. So in order to make this one work, we have to check, hey, if it's the panic button, just close the menu. Just set it to false. Let's take this stuff. Okay. Wait. Okay. And then this stuff inside. This way we are blocking it in the moments when it should be blocked, and the panic button is still there. But in order to show you that this one is working, I will just go with this guy, put it here. Let's say best food. I enter for drinks. Okay, I know what it's not working. This plach. Okay. And you want to leave it. I don't want any drinks. I just want food plus tabulator, and you are in the food. So that's why the tab is so important. If I have still some minutes, let's fix the last stuff that is not working here. So there are some icons inside that are telling the customer that I suppose that the drink is hot or cold, because they make us to tell the user that, listen, the coffee is hot, don't sue us. Okay, this is done by an icon, so our friends are free, but the screen reader can't understand it. And let's see how this is implemented. And this is done by a clever trick with CSS. So we have no control over CSS, none. We have to take this stuff out of the CSS Second. Take this guy. Okay, why you don't like me here? One. Don't. This is something stupid. Yes. Fucker. Okay. This IntelliJ is trolling me. Okay. But now, this will be visible for the us. Like, let's say, the I users. We have to hide it from the screen reader with ARIA hidden. So this will be not announced. That's okay. So the functionality is preserved, but the users still don't know if it's hot or not. So for that, we have to go with ARIA label again. ARIA label. And go here. Okay, if it's hot, please take care. It's very hot, nicely and chilled. And the last thing that cannot be seen by a screen reader is actually that this contains drinks, and this is the drink button. Because if by any chance we change this to best offers or something like that happen and we put an icon, then the implementation will be lost. So we go again here with the ARIA label. This will be best offer for drinks in neighborhood, or let's say in office. Okay, if we want to preserve the offer, and then we have to go to put it here, and we can go with ARIA labeled by let's go with the trigger, drink trigger. Okay, so let me push the live coding code. I like to I like to look at it at the end. If I do everything good, let's push it. This is like the plain coding. I was fixing some stuff. So this is the end of my presentation. Don't feel like this guy coding like me, sweating to bring the accessibility in 30 minutes, and just be happy as this Venezuelan Tibia streamer from the beginning. Always choose the right tools from the start to don't suffer at the end. That's all. And if you like the presentation, I want to see the code, I highly accept any stars on the repository. And that's it. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation, impressive, I have to say. Are there any questions? Hands up. Yeah, that was the first one. I have to run very back one by one. Here we go.
Any tools except dev tools that you can test with later on to see that it's actually working?
Well, you have the axe, but the axe is linter. So, for example, if you have everything that is a span and div, the axe will not catch it. If you put a menu to a div or an ordered list, the axe will tell you, hey, listen, this is the role menu, so there are a lot of stuff that is broken. But if you are starting from nothing, the axe will help you with buttons, inputs, and some obvious stuff that is accessible by design. Of course, if you have input element made from div and spans, even the axe will not help you.
Okay, thank you.
Another one here.
Thanks. Hey, I know there are some individual ESLint rules that can pinpoint some problems with accessibility, but imagine that you have a code base that really didn't focus on accessibility before.
Imagine that we have what?
That the developers didn't focus on accessibility.
Yes.
is there any tool that you would feed the code base to, and it would give you some kind of a report?
There is no tool.
No tool.
There is only documentation. And
right.
your understanding of every accessibility audit is starting from playing with website. You have to understand how it is working and then make it accessible to everyone. So this can be done maybe with AI in few years if someone creates such a beautiful model that we just understand the website and try to use it. But for now, it is not.
Okay, thanks.
If it's allowed, I add a little bit. Like there are a couple of tools where you can check basic accessibility issues. In the Lighthouse report, there is an accessibility section that will scan the HTML of your website and will print you a couple of basic issues that you did. There are linting rules that can scan your HTML and other areas in your code base and point out basic things. As Adrian mentioned, there is a limit, very advanced things, things that you can only check when you click through your website and really interact are harder to check and automate. And there is, I would say, it's possible to do that, obviously, because you can write
I have one example for questions.
There's no like fully implemented tool.
So those tools are quite smart. So if I have a bad landmarks example, so this have no landmarks at all, and if you put the header map on this one, headings map, you can see that there is a navigation landmark, but there is non-navigation landmark in the code. But the tools are quite smart. They actually reading the class names. So if you have a class named nav and some anchor tags inside, this will give you the landmark of navigation. But this is tricky because this is based on the class names. Of course, if you have this thing that I showed, like explaining HTML with classes and it's well done, this tool can help you. But yeah, don't do that with CSS. The CSS can be changed and you want to go with different class that does not called navigation, but I don't know, lovely bar, let's say lovely bar, the tool will just totally skip it. Okay.
So thanks for the talk. The implementation you did for like this navigation with the arrow keys and so on, that seemed like a lot of stuff to implement for each individual project. So are there any libraries that you could recommend that have
just
that stuff
go with Angular material. I just show you the deep dive, but you have everything ready in Angular material. Go with directives. And it's working. But if you have very complex components based on content projections, the directives have limits because they are based on the position of elements. So if you have like more nesting in element, this will not work.
Thanks for this great talk. I wanted to ask about, is there any good course or certificate about web accessibility for someone who wants to get deeper into that?
Actually, this one is learned by playing, but they are courses from EAAP, International Association for Accessibility. They have some courses, but the courses are text-based. So at the end, every accessibility audit is starting from playing and going with screen reader. So it's like with CSS. At the end, you have to play with it. But I think some courses will be on the market soon.
Yeah, thank you also for the talk. I really enjoyed it. So I have a few questions. Is there a more declarative way to solve these things? Like
which way?
Declarative, like declare instead of explicitly program things. Like, you know what I mean?
No.
I don't know. Maybe a directive that makes.
Yes, the directive is the way to go. Of course,
like,
same like Angular material did. It's just if I start to take the thing out to directive, put the directive of the element, the talk will be too complex, and I just could get lost. So I go with the pure coding without snippets, changing the cards, and just showing you how does it work down the hoods. But yes, always go with directive. Don't create the wheel 10 times for your code base.
Okay, so I have to write the directives myself.
Yes.
Okay, nice.
And then you put it as a host directive.
Okay. Also, I think it was like a little hint. Is ARIA affecting performance?
Yes.
So is
because it is in DOM.
So
it
is
is
it
in DOM, so
is it advisable to have an option in the application to say use accessibility and only apply all these things if it's actually needed because you're affecting other users which
and
maybe not use it?
how you turn it on?
Sorry?
Someone entering the page and he can see only on one side of ARIA.
No, of course you can have it like on default and then have a question like, do you want accessibility on your application?
That's UX question.
I guess it's impossible to ask someone that has any boundaries, usage boundaries, in a fully same way, if he wants to have an accessible website. Let's say, if you cannot see in your text, do you want to switch on, blah, click the button, will not see it, right? So, and without a screen reader, he cannot even know that it is here. So I guess it's.
I mean, the screen reader would have, of course, be so you implement the question or the confirm in a way that the screen reader knows of it, right? Is it worth it? Like if you say, is a performance effect worth it?
If you read the docs, they are saying do not do that. I don't know why I did not create the docs of WCAG, etc. They just said that that's not a good practice.
To turn accessibility on and off.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, how can you it's like, come to my event, I have stairs only, but if you have a wheelchair, tell me front off.
No, have like on by default and opt out for users that don't need it. So if you say the performance effect is not a...
I guess the area text, what they affect would be like the download time of the HTML file. And if you have it enabled by default, all users will get the drawback of having them in the HTML. And that would be, I guess, the only drawback.
But it's also DOM parsing,
And
right?
Google loves the accessibility. So if you go with server-side rendering,
no, I have like an application for like a business application where the users are get dynamically generated forms and they can opt in and opt out maybe. So, but you say the performance is not as okay.
It's also illegal since this year to do that.
yes.
To allow users to opt out of accessibility, that's illegal.
You get sued if your website is not accessible.
No, it's not publicly accessible. It's only enterprise.
Whatever the act is called, that was
I don't know.
in 25 in Germany, Switzerland, and soon in Austria.
Okay, I will look it up. So
And in Poland also.
There is Accessibility Act XYZ, and people actively already get sued. We have customers, very good customers, we love them, because we can help them to not getting sued at the moment.
Okay. And one last question.
Yes.
I know everyone will hate me now, but I'm not aware of how this screen reader works and how AI can support these things like, say, you have speech to text or speech to command and like focus first name. Like, is this a thing already in accessibility to have like communication?
This is a thing for a very long time because there are a lot of users that are paralyzed and they are coming with the voice. But in order to make this work, the elements have to be focusable and have to be announced to some tool, so the tool can read it, understand it, turn it to the speech, you listen to it, and then you say, okay, I want to do some kind of action. There is no magic in programming. If you don't do it, it does not exist.
Okay, so I don't have to take care of it. I just provide the ARIA thingy, and the tools will make sure that there's like a speech-to-text interaction. I don't have to take care of it.
Just play with it. The best way to learn it, because memorizing the ARIAs is worse than learning RxJS, I can tell you. They are like thousands of ARIAs, so just choose a component you like, go with button, go with roll button to WCAG, and understand all the surroundings near the button. Implement your button from the ground, and put, okay, I need this area when X, I need this area when H, etc. Because you never go with full ARIA mode. I just put everything inside because you don't need it. There are too much stuff.
Okay, so I don't have to take care of speech to text or anything. This will be taken care of by the tools that the people are. Okay, thank you. I'm a newbie to accessibility, so thank you very much.
The tools are working different based on operating system. So this is a tricky part.
Okay.
So mostly at the end you have to put all the ARIAs at the enterprise product just to be sure that Linux user or the macOS user and Windows user have everything working on. And the built-in screen reader for Windows is not the default one. for the people with disabilities. So when you are testing with the built-in Windows screen reader, this is not the way to go. You have to go with NWDA. This is like the premium screen reader, and everyone is using it.
NWA?
NWDA.
DA, okay.
Yes.
So,
or Orca.
so thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I have actually a very niche question, because when you put in the events, you said prevent default, and then, for example, if you press Control F to search on the website, wouldn't that also be prevented then?
Yes, actually when you put tab index 0, you have to implement everything on your own. That's why you go with directives, and those basic functions you just put with directives.
Okay. So even with your example, there would still be some missing things.
Yes, this example was missing a lot of stuff, a lot.
Good.
I couldn't make it work without preventing default and stopping the bubbling of event, because on the click event there was signal that was changing the value. And if I did not prevent the default, after pressing the enter, the button that was on the upper level, we cut the event and we changed the signal. So we'll be always closing and opening the menu.
Okay.
I have this one. I forget about showing. There was a lot of stuff inside, but yes.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's not really a question. I just wanted to mention that we had a problem where the user was only able to speak, right?
Okay.
And therefore, he was very angry because whenever there was some sort of accessibility, people are usually trying to focus on using the keyboard like tab, escape, and so on and so on. And he always had to say that press escape, press something, instead of just saying click. Because whenever we said click, like in this example also, the click was not, triggering any sort of the accessibility.
There was click also.
Yeah, but the click was not bound to the accessibility, right? Like going to the next and so on and so on.
But this is the thing how the tool is working. So the tool is looking either for key down, key up event, or for click event. So if the user say, hey, click the button, the tool will pick the click event binding.
Yep.
So I'm not sure how it should not work.
Maybe I was just wrong.
That's the responsibility of the tool. He's speaking to the tool, listen, click on the button. So the tool is responsible for looking for some node in DOM, look for the event binding for click, and click it.
Maybe
you can't code it.
I was just wrong. I thought that it is only bound to the space and enter. But if the click was also there, then it's okay.
Yeah,
it's fine.
the click was there.
Yeah.
It was actually based on clicks.
More questions? Here's one.
So thank you for the talk. I had a question about this tab index 0, because I'm just really scratching the surface, and we just installed this ESLint tools for adding the non-clickable element to have this tab index. And I always thought, because maybe I never read through really the documentation about it, if you are in a list, I need to increase the tab index all the time with the index of the ng4.
Yes, because the tab index is making the item focusable, even if you put 0.
Yes, but if all of them is 0, then it's just following in an order like it's in the HTML, or because I said that in your example, everything was tab index 0. And do I need to care about like the H1, H2, H5 headings in the same way with the tab index, or what will happen if I have a reusable component and in one side of the page is in the bottom of the page and another side is in the top, and it has tab index, which maybe before it was already increased more than what's in the bottom.
You don't have to focus an item to make it read it by a screen reader. Screen reader is by default reading the headings. You don't have to put the focus on the heading.
Yeah, but with clicking also or tabbing, pressing the tab, can it happen that my tab index 2 maybe is in the bottom and maybe tab index 3 is at the top?
The first rule of tab index is always go 0 and -1.
Okay.
Don't go with any other values because this shit is happening.
That's
0 or -1. Ain't no other values. Or maybe you want to play these games and count the indexes, but this is hard.
I did it and it was hard. That's why I
didn't
know it's possible. Just go with 0.
Go with 0. Okay. Or if you want to force something to be focused by tab by tab, go with 1. -1. Sorry, this one I'm getting focused sometimes. With 1.
Okay, so and one more question, maybe what was the question here that it sounds bad maybe for the disabled persons with disabled, but why we need to check what kind of disability has the user, why can't we set they in the browser, like I have this and this disability, and then the browser will tell me what I need to turn on for the user maybe. Is there any plan
But
for
it
that?
have to be implemented, either way,
Because
everything.
I think when they set up the browser, they can set up somehow that, okay, I have this issue, and then the browser will tell me what I need to turn on. Then I don't need to maybe turn on everything for every user, because maybe it's just a minority of...
So you will allow browser to manipulate your code?
No. The browser will just tell me it's basically an API, what I can ask, like, do I need to turn on this feature or not? Okay.
It is hard to answer. This is like some helping tool for programmer to make accessibility easier for us.
It's just basically from the opposite side, like I need to care about everyone. Why not the browser tell me who is the user who is reading my page and what do I need to
Well,
turn
the
on?
browser tells you. The Mozilla documentation have ARIA tags inside. So they do tell you. Listen, implement everything. That's the message.
Okay.
That accessibility is for everyone. So the first message inside, make the wake accessible for everyone, use HTML over ARIA. Those.
Imagine if you're rendering on the server, then how do you know what the client has? You have to deliver everything.
Okay, for server side, yeah, but what if I don't render on the server side? And maybe I can. But yeah, I will try to implement everything.
1 minute story from Tanja Ulic. She's doing a lot of accessibility talks, and she said, like, you know, who's the most probably for sure next user that needs the accessibility features? You in 20 years. When you get older, you will suffer. In any case, you will suffer some problems with your body that makes it harder for you to access a website. And let's now think about a very easy thing that you can imagine. Maybe you will suffer your eyesight a little bit. Maybe you lose it completely. Maybe it gets just worse because you stare at the screen too long, way too long in your life, and then you slowly have problems to get the contrast right. And so you will suffer always a little bit and a little bit more. If every website from scratch implements good contrast values, it's one check in accessibility. Even if you get slowly older, you will not have a problem until you don't see it all, right? So, and maybe also to emphasize, like, we all will be the next person that needs accessibility.
And the hangover is the cognitive disability, by the way. So everyone have it someday.
Yeah.
Or most of us, let's say.
We still can rely on our muscle memory.
First, thank you for the nice presentation. And my question is it a common practice or a good idea to create a test, like UI test, like Cypress or Test Cafe for accessibility?
Great question, because my second presentation is about testing accessibility. So hope we will see soon. And I will combine 3 levels of testing. So like CDK testing, unit test of accessibility, screen reader testing, and the end-to-end testing with play functions. So storybook with the play right down the hoods. So yes, that's the plan for the next months.
And just addition, would you say that Copilot, can you help to write test, or is it he'll still...
Can he help you to write styles? Are they good?
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad. Same goes with accessibility. It's all about you. If you know what have to be done, the AI will bring you very good result. But if you put shit inside, you will get shit as a return. So like say, make me this thing accessible. Okay, ARIA label, click me. And that's, the result of AI. You have to be very descriptive. And to be descriptive, you have to know the topic. This is not magic. Just...
Of course, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can we have a last round of applause for Adrian, please?
Thank you.
If you don't smell it already, the pizzas are hot and ready for you. If you are up for it.
is a very dedicated software architect. And today he will talk about the lazy way to fast apps, optimizing with lazy strategies. Give a big applause to Jaroslaw Zolnowski.
All right, we need a screen. Okay. So imagine the slides. All right. So I'll just walk a little bit. Thank you for warming welcome, and I'm thrilled to be. Okay, I will stay in front of the camera then. I'm really thrilled to be here today to share some exciting features that will supercharge your app's performance. And today I'd like to tell you a story. Hopefully you like stories. I'm going to share quite a few stories with you today actually, but not a typical fairy tales, but stories about the web performance and lazy loading. So, are you ready? What an enthusiasm, yay. Awesome. So, let me start from a very popular story about the tortoise and hare. So I'll try to reimagine that story in a context of web performance and lazy loading. So let's give it a try. Once upon a time, in a world of front-end development, developers raced to make their apps the fastest. And some of them actually believed that the only way to win the race was to preload everything. And much like the hare, they've tried to do everything at once, eagerly loading all components, images, routes, every bit of JavaScript, dumping on the user's plate the entire buffet before they even pick up the fork. Meanwhile, the REST developers, similar to the tortoise, took a little bit different approach, trying to provide things constantly, delivering a smooth user experience. And in the end, just like in the fairy tale, the tortoise, the one who took things slow, crosses the finish line first. So today I'm going to show you how sometimes the slowest approach can be actually the fastest way to win the performance race. But before, let me quickly introduce myself. I'm Jarek, I'm from Poland. I'm the team lead of the architecture team at Pushbased. Additionally, I'm the organizer of Angular Catch-up podcast, co-organizer of Angular Toronto Meetup, mentor at Angular Space community. I'm also the Angular Google developer expert. You can find me on Twitter, old Twitter, as well as on LinkedIn. So feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. Today, we're going to cover 4 key topics that are crucial to improve the performance using the lazy loading techniques. We'll start with lazy loading images. Then we'll cover lazy loading routes. We'll check the embedded views. And last but not least, we'll see why hydration makes server-side render application efficient and how incremental hydration can push it even further. And of course, in the end, we'll put everything to test with a live demo. So finger crossed. I mean, what possibly can go wrong during the live demo, right? We'll start with a lazy loading definition. I'm pretty sure many of you are aware what is it, but for those who are not, it's a very powerful technique that allows us to delay the initialization of certain part of our application until they are actually needed. So instead of loading everything up front, we can load parts of our application on demand. And this technique brings lots of different benefits, including the reducing bundle size and speeding up the initial loading time. Now, let's walk through all mentioned techniques and check how they can help us to improve the performance, starting with the images. And let's start with another story to bring you a context of lazy loading images. So imagine you are walking into a restaurant and ordering a food. And instead of serving you the food you requested, the kitchen decides to prepare you the entire menu all at once, just in case you might order something else. Why not, right? And you're sitting there hungry, waiting and waiting until the chef's trying to cook everything. And this is something that might happen if your application apply or loads all images up front, even the ones that user might never see. So browser got this, I call it a bad habit, trying to load every image the moment the page is loaded, even the ones that are buried down in the sections that user might never scroll to. And of course, this is very inefficient and slow things down. So Angular brought a really great tool to improve and optimize images, ensuring they load faster and without really compromising the quality. And the ng-optimized image directive is in the center of it. Right, so let's walk through different attributes of this directive and verify how they can help us to improve the performance. Let's start with lazy images. So before releasing ng-optimized image directive, Google and Aurora team measured how many applications in general use the lazy loading images in their applications. And it turns out that it was only 7.8%. So I do believe, like many of developers are familiar with lazy loading concept, however, they are not applying this concept in their applications. And this is why Angular decides to automatically lazy loads every image when they comes into the viewport, meaning that users don't have to wait for any off-screen images before they interacting within the page. And this small change brought a huge difference, especially for users with slower networks where they don't really need to wait for images that they haven't even seen. Of course, not every image should be lazy loaded. There are some crucial key images that should be prioritized. And this is where the priority attribute comes into play, ensuring that the image will be loaded eagerly, meaning there will be no any additional dilation. With fetch priority set to high, meaning our browser will prioritize loading these resources, booking enough of memory and resources to actually load those media. And for server-side render applications, all priority images will get this additional rel equal preload attribute, meaning the images will be preloaded before rendered. The page will speed up even more the initial loading time. Right, switching to the lazy loading routes to ensure the efficient navigation. So let me bring you another story to illustrate the concept. This concept hopefully will be familiar to some of us. Imagine that after countless hours of working, you finally found this time slot to watch a single movie with your family. And you've been waiting for this moment with anticipation, so you are happy, your wife is probably even more happier, your kids are excited, even like your dog and a cat looks a little bit different. So when this moment actually arrives, you all settle down in the couch, opening popcorn, turning on the movie you selected. And instead of starting watching the movie, you're staring at this loading indicator because your app decides to load not only the movie you've selected, but all movies from its libraries, just in case you might want to watch something else. Why not? So you are, again, waiting and waiting. Your wife is probably not that happy anymore, and this magic moment just gone immediately. So for lazy loading routes, Angular automatically generates a separate JavaScript chunk related with the component that should be loaded when user enters some particular route. So only this essential code will be loaded into the browser when user enters some particular route. And to illustrate you this concept, let's consider the following example. Let's say we have a routing configuration with 3 different components all set to be eagerly loaded. So without lazy loading, Angular by default will bundle all these 3 components into one big JavaScript file. Now, browser, before rendering the first page, need to process everything, and that definitely will increase this time and deliver the sluggish user experience. So all these 3 components will be loaded right away, regardless of any would be needed and used immediately or not. So in this particular example, all these 3 components will be bundled into main.js bundle, which, as you can see, takes 30.33 kilobytes. Now, let's take a look at how the situation look like with lazy loading. So lazy loading is built-in mechanism. All we need to do to lazy load particular route is to utilize this load component, and that's it. So when user enters, for example, the movies route, the movies list component, the relevant component would be loaded, nothing else. So when we'll get back to our example with 3 different components, we'll be able to see that our main.js file takes 4.39 kilobytes, which is over 70% less, only by replacing the eager loading with lazy loading things. Additionally, we can see lazy chunk files. Each represent lazy loading chunk with specific component that will be loaded once user enter particular navigation. Awesome. What if I told you that we can not only load the entire pages, the entire routes, but also parts of the pages as well? So Angular introduced this a very cool feature that is called the deferrable views, which allow us to load parts of our application when user interacts with this, while the other sections are still kind of not loaded. So to illustrate this concept, let me bring you another story. Again, let's say we are in the restaurant, this time with multi-course dish. And let's say you are ordering a multiple meals. And instead of the waiter dumping all the dishes you requested at once, crowding your space, making it overwhelming, he serves each course one by one only when we are ready for it, right? So we are starting with appetizers, then when we are ready, it's time for the main course, and after main course, my favorite dessert. So this is how the defer blocks are working. So instead of loading everything up front, we can load each component only if they are needed. And this is very useful for applications with lots of non-essential, non-crucial content that doesn't really need to be rendered right away, but can wait until it's actually needed. And when you are dealing with components like tabs, accordions, chats, some expandable cards. This is the way to go to improve the performance. So in this section, we'll talk about the defer directive itself, and also we'll check when exactly, how much control we'll have over those lazy loaded chunks, and to decide when exactly those parts would be loaded. So Angular has made it super easy to implement lazy loading parts of our application, the deferrable views. All we need to do is to wrap component or components with this defer directive, and by doing this, Angular will delay rendering until the condition or interaction is happening. So in this particular case, we are saying, please load our app recently watched component on idle, meaning there is no immediate pending tasks. So this is the default behavior. If we'll not specify any argument, it will be treated as on idle. So those two examples are equal. Now, as you can see, when we build that part of code, we'll get something similarly to what we've seen when I've talked about the lazy loading routes. So the piece of the deferrable views code is extracted into the lazy loaded chunk and will be loaded once it's actually needed. So it's a very great way to reduce our main.js bundle size. Now we have lots of control on when exactly we will load those lazy loaded chunks. So as mentioned on idle, we load this particular view when there is no immediate pending tasks. On viewport, when this part will enter the viewport, and here Angular is using the intersection observable, something that has been used with CDK breakdown observer implementation to verify the size of the screen. It's a very powerful and fast algorithm. On interaction, when user click on some part of the page, and then it means the deferrable views will be loaded. On over, very similar, but when we mouse over on this part, on intermediate, meaning right after all eagerly loaded content is fetched, so right the eager components are loaded, we will start to load lazy loading things, and on timer after some giving time. Now we can also load parts of the page when some condition is met. So in this particular case, when condition returns true, the app recently watched component will be loaded. And we can also combine in a chain different triggers. So in this example, we can say load this app recently watched component when user click on some ng template part 5 seconds after click, for example, right? Now, I was thinking quite a lot about the example how to illustrate the hydration concept, and I think I found it. So hydration is like waking up from a deep sleep. You know, we are technically awake, however, we are not quite ready for the interaction with different people. We are not quite ready to face the world yet. At least I'm not, right? We need to hydrate ourselves. I need like 2 or 3 coffees to start normal thinking and interact with different people. So let's try to understand how things work without hydration first. So without hydration, our server-side render apps is like this gorgeous, delicious, tasty cake you can't eat yet. You have to wait and wait before you take a bite and enjoy it fully. right? So the typical server-side rendering process looks like the following. The server generates HTML and sends it to the client. And this HTML is a static HTML. So user can see the content immediately, however, he can't really interact with it yet. The interaction comes with JavaScript. So the JavaScript is loaded and executed, and then our page becomes interactive. And this can cause some side effects and some issues. First one is a flickering effect, right? So when we finish executing the JavaScript, the entire content is replaced. So our pre-generated static HTML is replaced by the new one, regenerated one. So for like a few milliseconds, there might be this switching content effects. And of course, the second side effect is like a longer time, initial time, because we are rebuilding the same things twice. The second is the user experience. So there is this dilation between when the page is visible for the user and when it actually becomes interactive to the user. So the longer the JavaScript takes to load, the longer user waits to start interacting within the app, right? Now, let's take a look how things change with Angular hydration. So with Angular hydration, the same gorgeous, delicious cake becomes instantly ready to enjoy the moment it appears. So no more wait, just cut and enjoy. So instead of stirring of the static page while the JavaScript is loading, setting up all the listeners, Angular hydrates our page, making it almost right away interactive, basically. So what's the differences? The server pre-renders HTML and sends it to the client. So the user can see the content immediately, but he cannot really interact with it. So far, so good. But we are not stopping there. The same HTML, static one, is reused, and the JavaScript is loaded, Angular is kicking, bootstrap the application, and even if the JavaScript execution is not quite ready, we are ready to go with interaction with our page. So there's two major differences. First one is the static content is reused, so we are not redo things twice, which speed up the whole process. The second is that once the Angular kicks in and bootstrap our Angular application, thanks to event replay, we are starting to recording our actions. So in time, basically, even if the application is not quite ready for interaction, we put on the stack all our actions. So once the JavaScript is executed, it's like pressing the play button and all the actions from the stack are taken, so nothing is missed. So the user don't have to wait for the page to become interactive after seeing it that much. Right. Oh, sorry. So to apply hydration in Angular application is pretty straightforward process. All we need to do is to provide client hydration provider into the providers array during our bootstrap application process. And when it's done, we can start taking advantage of all its benefits right away. Now, we know that hydration can speed up the initial loading time. However, incremental hydration can push it even further. So instead of activating the entire page at once up front, Angular allows us to selectively hydrate different parts of our application while the other sections remain still static until needed. So the process looks at the beginning similar. So once again, the server generates this static HTML, send it to the client. The client can see immediately the content. And the biggest difference is that we are not downloading the entire JavaScript. We are downloading and executing only the JavaScript responsible for the parts that user interacts with, right? So that helps us to postpone the execution of the JavaScript in time and speeding up the initial loading time. So yeah, developer can have a full control on when exactly hydrate those different parts and make them interactive. So similar to what we've seen with the deferrable views, Angular provides a variety of triggers to control the hydration behavior. So on idle means hydrate the content when there is no immediate pending tasks. On viewport, when it enters the viewport. On interaction, when we, for example, click or key press. On over, when we mouse over. On timer, after given time, when the condition is met. And hydrate never. At the beginning, I was kind of confused why we need hydrate never in hydration process. And that might be very useful when we are pretty sure we've got a static content. So for example, when there's a footer with hard-coded text, we should never ever think of it as interactive part of our application, and then we can say it, never hydrate this part. So to implement incremental hydration, all we need to do is to apply this with partial hydration argument into our provide client hydration provider. And from that moment, we can start utilize the defer directive with hydrate on argument. Right, so here we can see the incremental hydration in action. So as you can see, we are getting a static page at the beginning, and the hydration is set to hydrate on over. When we mouse over each component, it gets hydrated, and this way we can postpone the execution and downloading of the JavaScript related for each of these components in time. And yeah, enough of slides. It's time for an action. So let's demonstrate how each of these techniques is working, and hopefully by the end you'll be able to see how faster the application can be when we'll be a little bit lazy. So I have prepared a fairly simple application for this talk. Let me quickly show you that application. So we have application about the movies. Try to pick some topic that everybody's are familiar with. We've got on the top the top rated movies here. On the bottom we've got section with recently watched movies. On the second route we have all movies with some details, ratings. This section is a little bit more interactive, so we can add, for example, the Pulp Fiction to watched and to favorites. We'll be able to see this Pulp Fiction movie to be added to the recently watched movies section. And we can expand particular movies to get some details, including the description and the cast. So that's pretty much it. Let's quickly review the code. So we've got these two routes. The home component, the default route loads this home component. This home component has on this top the app top rated container. This app top rated container just displays in a loop top-rated movies. Nothing else. The app movie is fairly simple. It expects the movie object as an input property binding. It's a signal. And the second signal is priority. It's used to verify how the images should be loaded, if we should treat them as priorities or lazy loaded images. Then there's nothing special here. When we'll get back to our home component, the second component is recently watched movie. It's fairly simple component, so we get all the movies from our store and filter them by the isWatched flag. It uses this app movies component as well, which expect the same input property bindings, movies, and its priority. The second route, movie list, displays all movies that are fetched from the store, and on the bottom of this on this template we'll be able to see this expand thing. So after we click the arrow icon, will display all these details for this particular movie. So let's try to verify the initial performance score using Lighthouse. So let me remove the this folder. Oh, there's no this folder. Awesome. Let's build the application. Oh, and let me start the HTTP server. I forgot about one thing. Let me. Oh yes, sorry. I thought I forgot about this -c-1 to skip the cache. And let's measure the performance. Finger crossed it will not be above the 90 or something like that, because there will be nothing to improve. But let's check. Yeah, 58, not that bad. However, this application is very tiny and uses Angular, I believe, version 20 in the default form. So I would expect things will go better. So let's check how we can improve this Lighthouse score using the techniques I did mentioned. So first of all, let's run the application once again, and let's check how many bundles we'll have. We'll see our main bundle is eagerly loaded and takes 54.82 kilobytes, meaning we don't have any lazy loading routes. So let's change that. So instead of loading the movie component, where is it?
Derek, font size, zoom in, please.
Zoom, okay, not a problem.
Or 20?
It was 26.
Then go 32.
Let me set 40.
I can't see even a letter from here. Yeah, that's fine, that's perfect.
Is it better? Great. So yeah, let's apply lazy loading. We said that all we need to do is to use the lazy component. Then we can simply say import the movie list component from the movie list file and lazy load it. Once we'll rerun our application, we'll be able to see that movie list component has been extracted. Is there any way to increase this font? I don't know. Do you see it well or not really? Oh, it's somewhere here, fonts, size 40. Aye. Better? Awesome. So we can see that for our movie list component, we've got like extracted lazy chunk file, and right now our main.js takes only 29, something over 29 kilobytes instead of 58. So we reduce our bundle size almost double. Now, what we can see as well is when we run our application and we'll verify all these images that should be prioritized, right? Angular is screaming, hey, the ng optimize image directive has detected that this image is the largest contentful paint element, but was not marked as priority. So even if we'll skip that, even if we'll miss that, Angular will let us know that there are some images that should be marked as priorities because they are a crucial part of our page and as part of the LCP element, so should be prioritized. Also, when we'll expect those, let me maybe goes here, not that big. If we'll expect each of this image, we'll see each is set to fetch priority auto and loading lazy because Angular will set all non-priorities images as lazy loaded, right? So let's change that. And those images are part of our top-rated container. So as I said, there is an input property binding that expects the isPriority signal. Application is rebuilt, awesome. And now, when we'll verify our image, we'll see that the loading is set to eager with fetch priority set to high. So we've got all these most priority images to be prioritized by the browser. Now, what else we can do? We said that we should use the deferrable views for non-essential content that doesn't really need to be rendered right away, right? So I think this expanded component is not the really essential content because it can be rendered once user clicked on this arrow button. So let's check that and let's improve this. So AppMovie expanded, we said, hey, please load this component on defer in the defer block when user interact with this particular matte icon element. So when the user click on it, for example, we should load the AppMovie expanded element. to show you this, let me quickly build the application, and we'll be able to verify if a separate chunk for this expanded element has been created. We can see we've got this movie expanded component in our lazy chunk files. So I do expect this element to be loaded right away when we interact within this arrow button. Oh. Okay. Oh, 8080, I'm sorry. So 8080 port is this one. And when we'll go to the network tab, when we'll try to clear all the downloaded chunks, we'll go to the movies, we'll see that the separate chunk is loaded because it's part of lazy loading routes. However, when we click right now our arrow button, this additional JavaScript is loaded into the browser, so the execution of this particular part of the code has been postponed until user click on particular element. Right, what else can we do? There's one last thing we can do, and as we can see, when we are on the home page, we don't see this recently watched component section, at least not at the beginning. So what we can do, we can hydrate those bottom section only when it enters the viewport, right? So when user starts scrolling and when intersection observable will detect that this is the part of the viewport, it will load this additional JavaScript relevant to this section. So let's quickly do that. To apply server-side render application, all we need to do is to use the ng-add Angular SSR command. This command will create some default configuration for the server-side render application. With some default configuration, we'll have some few new files created, like main server, app config server, and server.ts, but this is not the most important thing. We'll be able to see also this is duplicated, so I'll just remove it. We'll also see that we'll have provide client hydration with event replay and with incremental hydration in place. So right now, let's try to say, please hydrate this particular element when it's entered the viewport. All right. Now, when we added this SSR package, Angular by default will create as a package.json script that will allow us to serve the server-side application. I think I need to build the application first. Here it is. And then we'll serve our application with this command. It's available on port 4000. So let me quickly run this application. All right. So we can see the top-rated movies. When we scroll down, you can see this additional chunk is loaded once we enter the viewport with this recently watched section. So again, we loaded and postponed the JavaScript execution in time once user scroll to this particular section. As you can see, it's fairly straightforward. We don't have to implement by ourselves any algorithm with intersections, detections, or anything else. Everything is built in. So that's all these 4 techniques to improve the performance. And after spending 5-10 minutes, let's verify. The performance after those few changes. So as you remembered, we've got 59, I guess, as the initial lighthouse score before these improvements. We have applied some few changes, and after all, we've got 97, which is almost doubled, right? And we haven't spent like much time for having or to reach that kind of bump of performance score. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So yeah, thank you very much. If you want to play with this code, you can scan the QR code and you can get the source code. Hopefully, I did show that being a little bit lazy in a right way will allow us to provide like a huge performance bump. So go for it, be lazy, and create incredible fast applications. Thank you very much.
Applause. Wonderful. Very, very nice talk.
Thank you.
Are there questions? So many. Look at this. Where do I start? At the very back this time.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the dependencies. That whenever we decide, okay, some part of template or some of the components should be lazily loaded, then how exactly the dependencies are being maintained. For example, my current component would have maybe many dependent components, and maybe I'm reusing them somewhere else, maybe I'm not reusing somewhere else, and how exactly it works.
So the general rule is that it's actually implemented in a very optimized way. If there's any similar code, the component you are trying to lazy load, right, reused in a part of the code that is eagerly loaded, this component is already loaded into the browser and will not be lazy loaded, so there will be no duplication. So if you are using the deferrable views first time for the very unique component that is never eagerly loaded anywhere else, it will be lazy loaded for your browser because it's required to be displayed, right? But if this component is part of eagerly loaded bundle that has been already loaded into the browser, it will never be loaded once again to improve the performance. So we'll not redo the same things twice.
And even though I mark it as lazily loaded component, let's say,
Yes.
then also it will differ it out and it will...
It will be treated as already loaded ones.
Okay.
So if you...
And do we get any compile time errors or we don't get?
What do you mean?
So my component is being used somewhere else and it is supposed to be eagerly loaded,
Yes.
but I'm marking it as lazily loaded.
Yes.
Then do I get, I'm not sure because I haven't done that, but do we get compile time error, or
No.
it will just load it eagerly?
No, it will take the fastest required approach. So if your component is eagerly loaded at the same and at the same time lazily loaded, it will be eagerly loaded because something that will happen as a first into the browser. And of course, you know, eagerly loading is happening first. So this lazy loading will be skipped.
Okay, got it.
It will be rendered without any error, just to clarify that, right? If it's already part of the eagerly loaded bundle, it will be displayed but not lazy loaded once again.
And my second question is, whenever we lazily load some small part of a template, then how exactly it is being managed? That okay, this particular chunk of HTML would be loaded lazily, and rest of the things would be loaded. How Angular keeps track of it?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Basically, so we have like small amount of HTML code, right? Yeah. That we are trying to lazy load it, and what we are trying to do with this small piece of code.
Maybe it's some interactive content, or maybe it's a static content, or maybe some huge heavy image or something like that. But only that, I mean, using defer, maybe I'm just trying to lazily load that particular part of the template. But that component is maybe, let's say, that component is being loaded eagerly. Then how exactly it keeps track that, okay, only this chunk of this component is lazily loaded?
So the third directive identify all these chunks components to be lazily loaded. So they are kind of identify the code that should be extracted into the separate chunk. However, like I said, if the same component has been already loaded into the browser, for optimization purposes, it will not be reloaded once again. Okay. If it's not part of any eagerly loaded chunk, then it will be taken and load as a separate chunk into the browser.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, thanks for the talk. I have two questions. The first one is regarding the last feature you showed, the hydration.
Yeah, incremental one, right?
Yeah. Yep. Does that lock you in to using the Angular web server, or is it still possible to use any arbitrary web server like Nginx or Tomcat when using that approach? So does it require a server that's executing some JavaScript, or?
It does require server, because the HTML is generated on the server side and sent to the client.
And there's no way to like pre-generate that part?
Pre-generate, it's still a
like
part...
At compile time, not at runtime?
It's still part of the server-side rendering, the pre-rendering, right? So you still need a server to do that, basically.
And the second question is a bit more in-depth, but when it comes to lazy loading routes and I guess also the components, what are best practices, or how would you deal with redeployments? Because
with what?
Redeployments of your application. Because I guess the chunks might change. So any users that are currently on your application, if they try to access that route, they will get a client-side error because maybe that chunk does not exist anymore on the backend, and the browser cannot load that page. So how would you like deal with stuff like that?
I don't think it's working the way you think it's working, basically. So when you are loading the chunks into the browser, you are using the chunks your browser are already loaded. Those chunks are not replaced after each redeployment. Once you will refresh the page, the new chunks will be loaded into the browser, and then the content will be replaced. But if you have already launched the page and load all different chunks, and meantime the new release happens, still your browser will use the chunks that are loaded into your browser, basically. So you'll not get any out of sync error probably.
But like, imagine the case where I just go to the home page in my application, and like the second page is a lazy route. And the user has only accessed the home page, then I do the redeploy, and then they try to access the second page. Then they don't have the second page yet in their like browser memory?
No, it will just get the newest version of the lazy loaded routes because it has not been loaded into your browser.
Okay.
So if it's not in your local browser memory, it will fetch the newest version from the server.
But does it like know the path of that? I mean, I guess it will load it by a URL. And
you mean the routing configuration will change meantime, or
maybe the chunk identifier changes because the component was changed. So the chunk, they have this identifier at the end, and maybe that one changes. Do you have any best practices there how to deal with that?
I think best practice is to identify or to minimize chunk with name chunk attributes set to false to get like on production to get like very unique chunk names basically to be able to identify what is up to date, what is not up to date basically. And that might be like, I'm not sure what would be the final behavior of the browser if meantime the chunks will be changed. However, I do expect it will, if it's not in your local browser memory, all the newest chunks will be fetched. But I might get wrong. I need to verify that. Good question.
Thanks for the answer.
Yeah.
I would just add a little bit to that question because I believe it's a massively cool question. First of all, you have chunk caching. If you try to fetch something that is not on the server anymore, you get a failure, you get an error, it will not work, your example will fail. Because you fetch a page, you update the files on the server, and then you try to fetch a file that is not there anymore. Obviously will fail. But you mentioned a really interesting problem. In Angular, you just have an error. If you think about a little bit more modern or exotic frameworks like Quick or Viz from Google, they have the lazy loading principles like over-exaggregatedly, like optimized. They go not on component level, they go on event listener level. So they have everything is a mini chunk. And they have a lot of applications that are extremely long running. Like not 10 days, but maybe they run for 3 months without any change there, any refresh, nothing. And there they face a lot of those problems and they have no good solution at all. Like they hack around, they try to like avoid, make some auto refreshes in between, but if you redeploy something and you change something, you most probably will fuck it up in the other end.
You will need to probably implement some push notification or anything that will let you know as a user that things will change. Please refresh the page. It's something that can work similar to progressive web applications that, hey, the new versions is recently has been released. Basically, please refresh page to get the new content.
Yeah, so exactly I wanted to refer that we had this issue because our application is a somewhere it's running for weeks. And that was an actual problem. So what you can do is that you can essentially specify the name of the chunk. What we are doing is that we have version numbering and we are appending the version numbering to the specific chunk. And if you cannot load the chunk, then we are saying that the user is notified that the application is changed and then it will restart. So there is an option to name your chunk to avoid that issue. But my question is that I never use server-side rendering, and for example, we are using in a lot of places virtual CDK scrolling and so on, which has a very smart approach to calculate all the elements and so on and so on. So it's not waiting until something is in the viewport, but it's like doing it beforehand. It's in the viewport. Is there an option for the server-side rendering to not load something when it's in viewport, but when it's like almost in the viewport and like specify how many pixels you need?
Custom implementation, probably. I'm not sure how many pixels before the intersection observable detects something is on the viewport. But as far as I know, it measures the width and height of the viewport itself and calculates when exactly, it's not like the particular component will enter to the pixels, the viewport, and then it's detected as it's entered the viewport. It's happening a little bit before, but how much before we have, very hard to say. If you would like to specify, like, you know, please load me this particular section 50 pixels before it enters the viewport, probably you'll need to kind of extend the implementation of intersection observable and just, you know, use the mechanism that is working under the hood within some additional configuration there. Yeah, at least this is how I would approach that.
Hello, thank you for the talk. I just have a quick question. So, if you have server-side rendering enabled, and is there a difference between defer on viewport or defer hydrate on viewport, or is it basically the same?
Yeah. So, defer blocks. So they working very similar, but there is like a bit different. So the defer blocks are not really required any server. Those are working on local environment without really setting the application to be server rendered up. The incremental hydration requires this server to generate the HTML and send it to the client, right? Both lazy load chunk of a JavaScript that is related with the part that user interacts with or when the condition is met and so on. But I call that, for me, those are like a little bit different processes, because in hydration we are kind of activating the code, means hydrate it, because what we are seeing is just a static page, right? In the when we are applying the deferrable views, it's like normal lazy loading mechanism. So you know, the chunk is extracted and loaded into the browser, and that's it. There's nothing like static page, HTML, or anything like that. So it's kind of similar mechanism, but in like a little bit different environments, I would say.
But so to summarize, is it the template comes before the code?
The
or
JavaScript in incremental hydration.
It comes before?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, okay. So user can see the content, but he can't really interact with it. And Angular team, as you can see, because incremental hydration utilizes the defer directive, right? So they have highly used these defer blocks to implement the incremental hydration. So those mechanisms work similarly because both use the same defer directive under the hood.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I have just one last question, or maybe two short questions. Well, it's one short and one. Yeah. No, when you said this, that you can put multiple things like on interaction and on 5 seconds delay, you said, and that when you click it, there's a 5-second delay and then it loads. Didn't you mean that the first one which applies? So either it's interaction, then it's loaded, or if 5 seconds.
So when user click, 5 seconds after this click, so those conditions, those triggers, implements the AND operator, not OR. So it's not like 5 seconds right after loading the page, or or an interaction. It's like one and another. You can build any chain. What is best practice is to avoid the repeated nested conditions in the repeated nested triggers, the same triggers basically, or the same conditions, because once it returns true, for example, the nested one will be automatically loaded, probably, right?
Okay.
So the best practice is to avoid the redundant triggers in a nested blocks.
So it's really that when you on interaction in 5 seconds that you click on it and then the user has to wait 5 seconds till it loads?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. And the second question was on the no hydration.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have, like, if you put you put the footer example, and where you actually know that the footer has no dynamic context is actually on the components. You design a component, you know that it has no, but you define that it has no hydration outside. So where you use it, you have to know that you have to wrap this component in the no hydration. So wouldn't it be better to have a tag on the component that it says no hydration?
No, so when there is like no hydration, this wrapped component with no hydrate on no or hydrate on never probably will never be hydrated, meaning this part of the page will be always static.
Okay. Yeah.
There will be no interaction.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So if we clearly know that we have parts of our page that are hard-coded, there is no interaction, and we can serve those parts as static HTML. We can say hydrate never, and those parts will be never hydrated, meaning the JavaScript responsible related to these parts will never be loaded into the browser.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, wouldn't it? Yeah. Okay. So because you have to
probably if you clearly know that those parts are static, hard-coded, there is no JavaScript related with these elements probably, or I don't know. Maybe I get you a little bit wrong, because if you have a component, you have to create a component class, right? You have to create and define the component template, and then you put this component as a footer component, right? It means that the JavaScript for this particular component will need to be loaded into the browser to render it properly. But it means about not rendering, but rather interaction with the user.
no interactions and no hit.
Yeah.
So the whole code is, because if you have a component, it's like internally it creates the different tags with it, as far as I understand the component. So if it just can use the HTML. But yeah, I think it's getting a bit too detailed, so I will give up.
Thank you. I was just thinking about virtual scrolling and infinite scrolling. So
virtual scrolling and what?
Infinite scrolling and virtual scrolling. So with the defer and the interaction with expandable items, it would be a great way to optimize that, because there's less content in there, or DOM elements. But isn't there the problem that I could mess up with the existing libraries? So if I use, for example, defer with viewport, could this mess up the calculation that runs inside such libraries? For example, if I'm using not fixed heights, but variable ones?
Yeah, that's a good point, but I would say don't try to implement the same functionality using two different approaches. If you are trying to apply something like virtual scroll or infinity scroll, either you go with a third-party library, or if you want, like, you catch it well, it's fairly easy to apply the deferrable views and use the on viewport to just make it work out of the box without bigger problems. I'm not sure how the library will behave once you will mix those two things. My best guess would be, I don't know, the JavaScript will be loaded if the intersection observable will detect this part of the page to be loaded before the library will detect it. Probably the JavaScript will be loaded into the browser, but the content will be shown based on the custom library rendering things. Because the deferrable views is more about to not rendering but lazy loading things, right? We are loading into the browser the piece of the code with relevant component, and it doesn't mean it needs to be rendered or not, basically. By default, it's visible, it's becoming visible. However, if there's like any third-party library that can block this rendering, probably this hidden thing will be still valid. And that will be my just best guess, but I have never tried to mix those two things together. I'm not sure if that's the best practice.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just the last question, sorry. Is there a best practice to maybe defer everything what I can, or
defer what?
All the possible things to defer, but in the way, for example, if you have a really long page and you try to defer all the blocks what's not on the viewport, and the user starts scrolling really fast, then it's gonna need some time to see those elements, and maybe it's also ruining the whole experience for the user.
Yes. So
is there a balance maybe between?
I would say when you want to, when the initial loading time is really important for you, the LCP, you should lazy load things as much as possible, right? Because it's more about the user experience. They don't want to wait for the content to be rendered, right? And I think that's the best practice in general. We should lazy load as many things as possible. What we should avoid is not actually the lazy loading, but amount of requests to the backend. So, you know, if you kind of get the content from the server, for example, and once you scroll, you are requesting the server, hey, give me the content. This is something that you should keep balanced, because sometimes amount of HTTP requests are more heavier than just one big request with the whole entire content. But for the client side, I think it's like the best approach to lazy load as much as possible. You will get like the initial time loading most optimized, basically.
Thank you.
A last round of applause, please. And now we finally, I know it is late, you all want to go for